Nice, Furina. Hello, 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 everyone. How is everyone doing today? We are back with hopefully the last stream for a while of Genshin, because I think the last well, until at least Flemonet's event goes on. I don't know when that's supposed to be, but yeah, we are trying to finish Furina, the new best scores, well, finish off Masquerade of the Guilty, then start in her story quest and figure out when the freak she's actually going to get her vision, which I assume is going to be a story. But yeah, and for once it's not at freaking midnight. Because, you know, I've been busy. Well, the first time was because the game was updating, the second time I was just busy. And third of all, she has cake. Nice. But yeah, how are you doing today, Bunny? You doing good? I got a pipe. I'm so tempted to pull for her weapon. But I think this actually might be pretty good. Alright. Hey, this should be the last one for a while. It's not so much as me being addicted, it's just me not wanting to get spoiled. That's why I have to do this back to back to back to back, like, non-stop. Because my For You page on YouTube, TikTok, and all of that literally will spoil me. And I don't want to get spoiled. Well, I mean, I'm only spoiling myself because of the leaks, but there's a difference between getting, like, kit spoils is one thing, story spoils, not so much. But yeah, let's finish this. I don't think there should be that much left, but I didn't want to chance it. But yeah, let's finish this. Let's see how everyone's doing after the, the Great Flood. The fact that that ship is still, one piece. Navia, have you found yourself a good therapist yet? Can you recommend said therapist to Furina as well? God knows she needs it. A pinch of salt. What, the spoilers? Or the therapist? Oh man, what are the Fatui gonna do now that the Gnosis is basically, well, destroyed or returned to its original source?
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Well, we wanted to see how many more people will maybe dead.
Hey, we're just having a look around. I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Man, I think that's the only time someone was actually happy to see him.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
Okay, yeah, but where is this going to go now, like, again, since the original power has now been returned to Nouvellette, so how exactly is this going to work, like, with them trying to get the Gnosis? If the Gnosis is no more.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Oh no, Charlotte. I would make a run for it while you have the chance.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
Wouldn't it be good for them to write you in a positive light? You know, considering your infamous reputation. No, repetition? Infamous reputation.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
Okay, I guess they'll now... Man, they quickly sewed that relationship up.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Man, I thought, like, freaking, like, Inazuma and, well, especially Sumeru had to, like, rework the entire government. I mean, especially in the case with Nihida, you know, being locked away and all. But now they're literally going to have to, like, rework the entire government, because not only do they not have an Archon anymore, they don't even have the Judge Machine, which was powering basically the whole nation. Man, it sucks to suck. Oh yeah, and then the fact that they're all having to rebuild from the flood, so...
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
To no one's surprise.
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. You're not helping the fanfics, I'm just saying that.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
For the wrong reasons, but... water under the bridge. Maybe quite literally in this case.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
Just bullshitting her way out of it.
Oh, I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Look, I like my girlfriend, but I don't like her that much.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Aoife's expression is just like, bitch, I didn't agree to this. Well, you already did a porn shoot. What else do you want from me?
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Someone just jumps in from the background. Oh, come on! Couldn't get photobombed?
Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
How funny would it be if just like, oh yeah, you looked adorable, rips up the photo, throws it in the water. Okay, reshoot.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Oh god, we're gonna be here all day. Wow.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Not a workaholic, she says.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key.
I mean, it might really want to judge considering I'm trying to like speed run this.
Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Navia just in the background like, bitch, you think.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
Seriously.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
Wow. Okay, so this is the way we'll get in the interview. We first talk to the daughter, who talks to one of the dads to convince the other dad to give you an interview. I see how it is. Oh man, yeah. She wasn't kidding about being well connected. More like more so just taking advantage of the close relationships. I see how you look, Charlotte. Also, Mello, hello, how you doing? We'll finish up the Masquerada. Did I just say the Pokemon? Masquerade. Fucking hell.
That's a very complete information chain.
I know, right? Pokemon. You know, the new starter, the final evolution of it, Masquerada. I said that instead of Masquerade.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media?
Take a guess. That and, you know, Raye has a fan. I have a fan. When did I get a fan? I mean, unless we're talking about, like, the literal fan. I have a literal fan in the background, but...
I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
Man, if he ever did just like appear on the streets, you know how many people would be like, "Cuff me, daddy"? Yeah. You know, just bros being bros. Don't you ever go up to your homie and say you love them, bunny? Because, I mean, if you don't go up to your bros and tell them that you love them, do you, like, are you really that committed? Do you really have that powerful of a friendship? I take it you don't. For shame. For shame. It cringe. I'm not even going to deny. I'm not going to even say anything today.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Speaking of cringe, I'd like to point out that if I started a tea counter and Wisely had his whole little fame with Linny, this fame would be so much higher.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Navia wants to get herself locked up now.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
Hello? What kind of lie are we talking about here? I may need to get my head out of the gutter, but to be fair, we're kind of basically in the sewers already, so... It's by cursing them out. Oh, yes. The only way to tell when you're really close friends with someone. Friends help you up when you fall down. Good friends will push you back down and tell you to stay on the ground.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
Fuck! Of course he did. It's fucking Risley.
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
Never mind, we're getting the tea counts back.
The tea there is very good.
Do I just add 2 more? Well, I mean, basically making up for a lot of times that he fucking said tea. It's like they heard me talking about it.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Oh, I see we're asking her out on a date. Smooth, smooth.
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
And then just the Fatui guy's just like, am I a third wheel right now? Eva's like, you get used to it.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Oh! Dude, literally over here is getting third wheeled.
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
Command over here is just like, Navia, what the fuck? I thought we were having like a moment here and then you decide to invite the other guy? Like, the hell?
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
Okay, now they're not even being subtle. Like, I was making jokes earlier, but... Okay, you shouldn't even be able to notice that unless you're actively looking at her lips. Genshin...
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you, too.
Yeah, they're not even being subtle at this point. I know what you all, and I approve. Okay. Wait, what did it say? Oh, cool, we're going back to prison. Speaking of prison daddy and his fucking tea, time to add a whole bunch to the counter. Wisely, where the hell are you? Better hope it's you and not the freaking psychopath. just casually just strut into
Wow,
prison.
guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Yes, it's where we almost got shanked multiple times.
Looks like you've been missing us.
I've been missing you, not your psychopathic nose. Nose? Nose. Oh, forget it.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Man, and people say it's impossible to get a meeting with him, and then there's us, his sugar babies, just casually walking in, just like, oh, hello?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
Gets my better judgment.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
Just, you agreed to just throw in a cage.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Oh no.
Of course, of course.
And what is this agreement? Did you agree to have tea with him just so you can have an interview? She fucking agreed to have tea for an interview.
All right then, this way.
It's worse than torture.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
Probably not, but she's still gonna do it.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things like that.
I also just find it hilarious. It's like, oh, if it's a male and female, yeah, we're going to make all the jokes. But if it's an LGBTQ plus couple, they'll just like, yeah, no, we can't make those jokes. We can make very subtle hints, though. I mean, look at the roommates in Sumeru.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on.
I mean, that's not really much to say considering said genius, quote unquote, freaking blew up the lab!
The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
They literally created Noah's fucking Ark. That's what they did. If they don't, like, I'm actually curious to know if they actually named the boat.
Still...
Oh wait, they actually did call it an Ark.
Where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
Yeah, where the hell did they even put that thing? Like, where exactly was that being stored to begin with? Without anyone noticing.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Just how the freak were you able to, one, get it out, and two, put it back in?
Really? Well then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Damn, she's persistent. She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all the worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
They chose that word specifically.
Did you really have to use the word?
I just love when I say something and then the game says it as well.
Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh,
And there's a psychopath.
here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
No! Run! Run for the hills! Or whatever counts as hills in this factory underground.
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse?
Just literally makes him run for it.
Sure. Come on, Miss Siegewayne. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile?
Me, anytime I have to take a photo.
So, how have things been at the fortress?
Any more cults being uncovered?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Also, how the freak does this place, like, I know topside is like, okay, how does that have power? And if that somehow has power, how does this place have power? Also, I'm also curious, since we took care of the Primordial Sea, what's going on with the seal? Like, can we unseal it now, or, like, what's going on with that whole thing?
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
No, he just didn't want to be in the spotlight.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
He just doesn't want to stand in the spotlight, which again, fail. Yeah, look how I share news from above ground with him.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the fact that Child, like, had, like, a badass moment for, like, 5 seconds. No dialogue, by the way. And then he proceeds to get yeeted into the next dimension. My god, Child can't catch a break. Also, what the hell was, like, the writing? Like, don't get me wrong, this quest line has been awesome, but the one thing that just, like, that feels lackluster was, like, what the point was Child? Like, what was going on with him and that whale? Like, why did it call him? Just this, like, I'm still trying to figure out what the point of him getting called by the whale was, since it, like, it didn't seem to lead to anything other than him calling Child to beat the shit out of him. Like, I hope we get something, like, something about that, because that whole thing just seemed kind of weird in hindsight.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
True, I mean, in terms of government, nothing really changes for you guys, but, again, the only thing you have to worry about is maybe, like, the main power, but I guess most of your power might be actually be water power. Well, I mean, the whole nation could be water power. Just get all the water whales. That's literally what you probably need to do at this point.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
All the pipes, yeah.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
So who else are we interviewing? Are we actually going back to the twins?
There'll
The
be
Fatui?
next time.
Whoa, hold your horse, lady. I'm sorry, what about you coming back? No, that wasn't in the details.
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
I don't think he agreed to that, lady.
All right. Last stop, the docks.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
She just wants to see her papa in the magazine.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvine as shields. Very good.
Very good. You successfully used some people as your meat shields. Yes, yes, very well.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Also, wow, Sichuan's actually taller than Nihita. Oh, to be fair, she's not wearing shoes, but even still. Well, it could also be the hat. Yeah, okay, where to now? Oh, we're going yeah, we're going back to see Lenny and Lynette, probably. Oh, is the island back? Did they actually get the island back? Maybe? Was that island always there? Bombs away! And back to where it all began. What part of her being a stalker did you miss last stream, Paimon?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
And it's coming full circle.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it?
Didn't we keep one from the last time we handed all these out?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Why you gotta do that to Furina?
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Wow, doesn't even call out on it. She's just like, huh, opportunities.
You could just make a friend like Furina here. Isn't that right, Furina?
Wow, just saying this right to his face.
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
He's a precious baby boy.
You sure are working hard to help Furina socialize.
I think you're gonna end up giving him a panic attack, more like it.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
What the hell would he be doing? The technical support?
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Furina himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, they always showed that Lynette can do it, so yeah, that definitely would be a way to head him in.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Are you basically saying we should just let him drown?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
If you end up getting him killed in the process.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I love how Shaw just unintentionally just became his wingman to, you know, whiz up the traveler, as he does.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
What is said father doing at the moment? I again, like, what exactly are the Fatui going to do now since they can't even get the Gnosis?
That's alright. We were more than happy to help.
Yeah, thank you for answering.
What's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well... After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he
What?
gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Wait, what? The Gnosis is still a thing? What? Also, again, I just love how all the other, like, harbingers, like, not harbingers, all the other gods have given their Gnosis away, like, willingly, and then there's Venti who got the shit beaten out of him. Bruh. How is there still a Gnosis? Wasn't it supposed to be the embodiment of the dragon's... Huh?
A diplomatic gift? A Gnosis?
At this point, Paimon, are you even surprised?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down.
Yeah, well, we're gonna discuss the fact that Child's in the void somewhere right now. Probably half dead after battling that thing for God knows how long.
Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a Gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit... irresponsible?
Paimon, considering what the other three have done, again, are you even surprised? Hell, Nihida traded 2 of them!
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Again, what, like, if the Gnosis is supposed to be the dragon's powers, what exact, and he got his power back, so, like, is there more to the Gnosis than just having the dragon's power? Like, what?
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I guess we gotta go visit his house and tell us what the hell's going on.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Oh, cool, he's going to go visit his boyfriend and daughter.
Isn't he real busy and
The
stuff?
fuck?
Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that.
How long have you been in here, Cat? My cat just appears out from underneath my bed. I didn't even realize he was in here.
But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
Seriously, oh wait, are we not going to acknowledge?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now count one of my war buddies. Wow. Okay, so let's get this straight. Scourge literally yeeted him back to the frozen wasteland. Blah. Child came to Fontaine just, you know, to have a vacation. I mean, to be fair, his version of vacation was being the shit out people. So I guess he got exactly what he wanted.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
I mean, to be fair, Child technically was helping us in Lele before, you know, he decided that he wanted to flood the nation. This time he actually succeeded, though.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Alkino?
Father!
Daddy!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
I'm curious, does she still have the Gnosis on her? Because I just genuinely want to see what it looks like compared to the other chess pieces. Because, yeah, we've seen Venti's, we've seen Jean-Louis, we've seen A's. I don't think we haven't seen Nahida's, have we? So, I'm curious to see what chess piece it is, if she still has it.
Take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as Harbingers, yes.
Can we maybe see it?
Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
Yeah, that's not concerning at all.
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just met Okay.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Man, when you actually think about it, Child was holding off the narwhal all by himself. Maybe Scourge was there, but it seems like Child was holding off by himself. Just with his full legacy and delusion. He didn't even have his vision. He literally was handicapped as well. Damn! The respect.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
And stab.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That's seriously... Actually, why am I even surprised at this point?
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The three of them all look at each other like, Dad! We didn't agree to this! Family photo!
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. Oh, I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
And back to the frozen wasteland we go.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Just cuts out, like, almost all of it. But seriously, I also find it funny how the travel is just like, well, we're just going to let them walk away with the Gnosis in their back pocket. Yeah, well, if shit hits the fan, we can blame you. we know who to blame, who could have potentially have stopped them. Also, Cat, do you want freedom? Be free. Okay.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Are we even going to be needed going for? I mean, to be fair, well, no, probably not for the next nation. Maybe for Shaznia, depending on how much. Well, if you know, we end up on top of a frozen lake or something.
To move things about?
I mean, we only got a magic teapot. What's one more storage compartment? We're actually gonna be able to use this actually.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets.
Yeah, and you couldn't seriously have come up with a better name during this whole entire situation.
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths. and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
I'm just curious, since this obviously seems like the final part of the Archon Quest. So I assume, unless we get like some kind of like fame like we did in 3.3 with the whole Scaramouche becoming playable, the next thing should be something with Dane Slith. And I only can assume, and he's somehow going to be in Fontaine, so I can only assume what the hell's going to go on with that, and if the twins are actually going to have some kind of reunion again, or if we're going to continue to have, you know, trippy-ass visions of them.
Alright then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Well, I mean, he's currently being the new government, or at least... Well, I mean, to be fair, he was always the government, even when Furina was in charge. So, I guess he's just now officially in charge. That's so great, they really ditched us. Okay. Okay, new bullet. Do I have anything to drop off at the statue, the fountain while I'm here anyway? Okay, can you please explain to us the whole Gnosis situation? If the Gnosis was supposed to be, again, the dragon's power... Oh, okay, I guess don't have enough. Like, what the hell is going on with that? Again, they made it seem like, again, the stolen power was the Gnosis, but he has his, like, full powers back. So unless he literally, like, gave some of his power, literally sealed it back into a Gnosis, like, what the hell is going on with that? Or maybe I just completely misunderstood the situation. I don't know. No, the Gnosis is actually supposed to be his heart, and he just casually just ripped his heart back out.
Ooh, he really is there!
Nope, the guillotine's still there, damn it. Actually, before we talk to him, I'm curious to see if the ore trees is actually still on display. And if it is, if the water droplets are still there. Well, not still there, I should say. Are still missing. Because that whole thing is basically not powered anymore. Is it behind the curtain, or is it still out in... No, no, oh no, it actually still is. Yeah, and then, yeah, the water droplets are still gone. I'm curious it allows us to get closer so we can actually see the detail. Yeah, the water droplets are gone. Yeah, we can get up there. Oh, sweet. We couldn't have gone up here before, could we? Yeah, the water droplets are gone. I think that thing was actually glowing. Jeez. Just actually looking at it. I think I should have looked at it before it was depowered, but I don't think the game would have let me, so... Climb! Curious to know if they're going to try to repurpose it for something. Well, repurpose it to do what it was already doing before, but since Gnosis is no longer powering it. Any new roulette? I mean, he was basically doing the whole, you know, judge thing even before. Well, this thing just gave it its second verdict, so. But besides the whole child thing, it was basically he was always correct, so. Yeah, I'm curious to see the events based on the Fontaine characters going forward. Especially the ones that we still haven't even been introduced to. Like the new full, well, technically don't know if she's a full star, but probably is the full star, the new character with the musket. I don't remember how you say her name. But the new pyro one that was revealed along with Navia. So she's probably going to be in an event or something. And then probably also going to begin some hangouts. Lynette better begin a hangout first. I mean, for crying out, we got the story quest for Linny, so of course Navia, Lynette should get her own hangout event. I think I'll also be interested in to get a hangout event of Charlotte, just so we can actually see. Well, no, we basically just did whole hangout event. We're going around doing interviews and stuff.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Okay, yeah, Paimon, who cares? Can you explain what the hell is going on with the Gnosis?
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linny. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Good, because I very much want to know what the hell's going on with that Gnosis, and you and your power.
I'm glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
He became Super Saiyan Dragon.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
But for telling you the truth, considering what he saw that day. Also led to see the heavy principles and used Furina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
Yeah.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign.
It's weird because again, I thought the divine throne was in this case the Gnosis. So what exactly is the Gnosis like in this case scenario? Like, does the Gnosis even have power anymore? Like,
but Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
he purified the water, I guess.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element.
Dude became
Fontanians were
Poseidon.
incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Blow just sped up evolution.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
You know, this would have made a lot more sense if he just said I purified the water, but okay.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
I'd say that it was at that moment that the Fontaines were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
Man, it's a good thing Nuvia turned out to be a good person and not what everyone thought he would have been at the beginning. Man, that would have been interesting though if Nuvia like started out as like this cold-hearted person who was just an absolute asshole. But over the course of the story, he would have actually, like, say, for example, he just didn't like humanity, and then his character development could have been him, like, coming to terms with what humanity is, and actually, like, because, like, say at the beginning, he would never have said, like, he would have just declared humanity on the spot guilty. That could have been an interesting way to have done it. Don't get me wrong, I love Nuvia's character, but it's just some things that are, like, just what-if scenarios.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Yeah, get to talking.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Well, yeah, we already know about this. He basically told us this.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay, don't get me wrong. Like, I've said this multiple times. Child definitely is guilty of a lot of things, but Focalor literally just said, nah, fam, we're just gonna throw him in jail for shits and giggles. Wow.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans.
Fuck Child. Used him as a scapegoat.
Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
I mean, technically speaking, yeah, at least they had the blood in their veins to do it.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual.
Are you fucking kidding me? Even something as small as that was foreshadowed? Wow. Cover me impressed.
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Are you actually fucking kidding me?
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Fucking hell, they literally got the babies from the stork, or I guess in this case, the duck.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
Furina literally said peace.
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House.
Again, you basically were the one in charge. She just now made it like official.
I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted.
Let's be real here. She probably already cried all the tears that she could at that point. Like, during the whole guilty verdict.
She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Understatement! Having
said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
She's going through a rebellious phase now.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
I think she's effectively homeless now.
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel.
Yeah, because she's officially normal human now. She, like... Oh, man. Oh, she is not going to be in well shape when we find her in our story quest, I assume.
In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal.
It's going to take a lot longer than 500 years, and she's not even going to be alive for those next 500 years.
But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
Amen.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
Well, I guess he does what the Hydro Dragons do. Whatever it is Hydro Dragons do, I guess.
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
I mean, you were basically doing that already. It was just, again, the only time that you and the Oratrice had a different opinion was, again, the whole child mess. So, again, it's not like much has changed, but who knows about the whole power situation.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me.
In a way, I mean, anyone technically could have been reborn as a Hydro Dragon, for all we know.
As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Eudex shall coexist within my person.
I mean, again, you basically were always doing that. You just have, you know, the actual authority now.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
I guess from the positive and negative system.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Bitch, you only have power over the first. I don't know where you got the second one from. And you can't even say Furina because she dipped.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Yeah, it's funny how we're not going to be able to use everything that he's talking about, but to be fair, well, he's always still kind of the most busted character at the moment, so...
Ask away.
Not that he needed
I
any
will
more
tell you the
power.
truth as I know it.
Okay, now tell us about this
that's
Gnosis.
right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis.
Fair enough.
Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power.
Oh, okay, then what exactly is the Gnosis supposed to be? Again, if the Gnosis isn't your original oh my god, this... Okay, this is just getting more and more confusing.
As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Yeah, for the time being, who knows what's gonna happen later on.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Things are never that simple, Paimon.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay, this whole Gnosis thing is just so confusing, because one second he's saying it was his stolen power, well, not really, but hinted at it, and now it's... I don't fucking know anymore.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume?
Yeah, give it about... I mean, unless we get, like... Let's see, what 4.2, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so if we actually do go all the way to 4.9, we have at least 7 more patches to be in Fontaine.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Hello? Man, looking at all the dragons! Oh my god. Oh my dragon. Are we gonna get more dragons as playables? I mean, wait, yeah, technically the only dragons we have was, again, New Valette and Jean Lee. Are we getting more dragons? Are we actually going to get a character that can transform into a dragon? Bro, that would be sick!
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, babies.
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Just territorial.
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Oh my god, we'll actually might be getting some dragon characters. Like, actual, like, not like ones in pure human form, but again, not like... Well, I guess New Valette has obviously dragon features, but like, we might actually get a character like, with like a tail, scales. Holy shit, yes! Because, I mean, each nation has their own gimmick, again, like... Yeah, the, well, I don't think you can really say Mondstadt, but like, Relay has the Adeptus, Inazuma has the Yokai, and then Fontaine has the Melazines. Was the one in Samaro? Don't think there was. least in terms of peaceful species, I should say, not as enemies. Oh my god, we're going to get dragon characters! And again, like, actual ones probably with dragon features. Please tell me there's going to be a playable that can actually transform into a dragon. Bro, if that's what Natlan's god is, like, literally can be turn into a dragon, that would be sick! Oh, Natlan's getting hyped!
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Oh man, that one is going to be fun!
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Oh, damn. Well, I guess we'll finally get in some lore about him. Since, again, we're still trying to figure out what position he's in the Fatui. Either 10th or 1. Which at this point probably is going to be 1. Since we keep going higher and higher up the chain.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
Paimon, there's 11 of them! Of course the Sweets is gonna send one to each land.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Okay, we're gonna be here for a while, so...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Well, I still got a lot more questions, but... guess that's all we can do.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis.
Okay, good! And please tell me we're actually going to, like, tell us what the hell is going on there.
When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed.
Oh, this is what we're talking about?
We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
The fuck? Okay. Are we going to mention the fact that he basically one-shot a child? Man, does Skirk know about that? Man, that'd be hilarious. She's like, the fuck, man? You do that to my kid?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Nervalet?
Man, that king can do anything. And everything.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The fuck?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
What? Oh, we're getting all the lol drops, hello? What the fuck are these gnosises?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
I'm curious about this master. Is this actually the original sinner?
It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
I'm starting to realize why all the Archons were so willingly, like, willing to get rid of this stuff.
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
I don't blame you. The surface kind of sucks.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Huh. Okay, so in case they actually do say it, is the third descender the Traveler's sibling? Evil or Lumine, whichever one you didn't pick? Because, I mean, that does go with the theory of the fact that... Oh... That actually does make a lot of sense if it is them. That's how the Traveler is able to resonate. And again, they're not human. And it goes with the theory that the Lumine we see now is just a... Oh, no.
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know.
I think it might actually be the Abyss twin. Oh, this is getting good.
If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
Makes you really wonder now, then, if the original twin is dead, what is the one that we have been seeing? Oh, this is getting juicy.
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Man, I respect the just like, you know what? No, I don't want to do shit. I got a kid. Fuck, child. You go be the mission boy. It's not like he will beat the shit out of you. Oh, wait. Man, child's gonna want... It'd probably not be smart to send child. I mean, he probably wants, like, you know, a rematch after, you know, getting bodied. Oh, man. And this is why
you told me.
I didn't want to get spoiled.
Useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
And this is why I didn't want to get spoiled. Okay, that's actually another thing. Okay, so the Travelers came here 500 years ago, but the Archon War was way before that. But we already know that time can look differently here, especially in the Abyss. And they store the powers. So can the Gnosis actually be the stolen powers? Oh, I am so looking forward to seeing the theories that are coming from all of this.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
They grinded the bones down and used them to make chess pieces.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
Okay, so... Oh man, the lore for the Gnosis is so... Assuming... Okay, so it seems like there's multiple parts that the Divine Thrones that the Archons sit on was the original power of the dragons, and Gnosis is... Okay, I don't know if I'm just getting this confused, or... I need to look this up just to clarify something, so... What exactly was keeping him from his power? Like, what exactly is the divine throne in this metaphor, then? I guess the Archon itself, but again... I don't know. This is kind of confusing, but I'm very intrigued.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
So, even more questions of why the Saritsa's trying to get them all. Unless maybe she's trying to bring back the original, like the third Descender? Yeah, if she's basically collecting the fallen body. Or fallen soul, whatever the Gnosis is supposed to be.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
She mentioned one of them. Yeah. One, the Gnosis are related to Descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died. Yeah, again, and then Lumine wasn't counted as a Descender. Or Aoife, I guess, which one you chose, but I guess in my case, Lumine. She wasn't an Ilmazel, so, again, the one we've been seeing...
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
Didn't you... Didn't you know that we wanted fun? Yeah, forget it.
That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third Descender.
It has to be the Abyss Twin, because the Traveler's powers look sound very similar, yeah. Extremely elemental compatible, which the Traveler is, and can enhance the abilities, which again we've seen with the Traveler.
I wonder. Does
Yep.
your body also possess similar properties?
I mean, look at the glowing parts on our body. Oh, it definitely has to be the Abyss Twin.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy.
Damn, if we literally, like, told the heart out of the Traveler, would it just be a Gnosis? Oh, no, that's actually kind of creepy.
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third Descender and all?
I won't die so easily. Yep, it definitely has to be the Abyss Twin.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck.
Understatement.
Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I think it would be more of talking in a circle with her, and I don't think Child would have any better idea.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
We also know from the Tibet trailer that the Pyro Archon is going to share a big secret with the Traveler. And I think that big secret might actually have something to do with this. Again, maybe they'll go and actually reveal that the third Descender, again, in this case being Lumine.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Man, we're gonna have to wait a whole year to get these answers. Well, again, we still have, like, the interlog with Dane Slip, I assume, going to be coming up soon. Unless, again, we get something else in the meantime. Oh, man, that one's going to be insane in terms of lore.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
Probably not. I mean, I don't think any, like, unless, well... I mean, how badly can I make this? I mean, even people who, like, are contemplating suicide probably don't actually want to die. It's just the events in life have just led them to that. I don't think anyone genuinely wants to die, so...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops.
Is that why you cry non-stop?
Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Damn. Man, what a way to end.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going.
Okay. Damn, what a freaking way to end this. Like, I know we always give, like, lull drops, but... just... the little ocean ent to yesterday. Man. Oh, time to collect some rewards. Man, this is freaking crazy. And we still don't even technically, because we know the travel's the fourth. If we're assuming the third again is the sibling. Because they technically woke up first. Then we still don't even know who the first two are. Oh, man. Okay. I've only put in 8 hours. Hey, Soup. Yeah, I mean, that's basically me and playing Genshin non-stop. But again, mostly because I don't want to get spoiled. But anyway, let's go see what's going on with Furina. And seeing where she's hiding out.
Hey, Catherine.
We need to make sure she's alright.
Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps?
You didn't have to be so direct.
Paimon's just being enthusiastic. We're old friends now, she gets it.
She gets it! Everyone could play the game right now. It's a cool gameplay mechanic thing. Is it like game breaking, or is it just something you just personally don't like?
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however, I don't believe you'd consider it to be lucrative.
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding. So what's the situation?
So we were just kidding? Paimon, there was no we, it's just you. It's being made in the first game they did some new contest. I don't know. I haven't played the original, all this. As much you just get rid of one item with the same. So like a trait system?
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues, and is currently unable to perform the role.
Are we seriously going to find Furina and force her into, you know, playing a role after, you know, her being traumatized by the previous one after so long? Yeah, that seems like fun. Just do was half the fun of discovering too. Maybe they were just trying to be faithful?
But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties, so unfortunately they cannot afford to pay the replacement actress.
Then how the hell do they have money to make a commission? Again, no game's perfect. There's always something that they could add or take away. So,
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically they're looking for a volunteer?
yeah.
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show. And delays tend to create all sorts of new problems.
Problems on top of problems. Maybe it can be two negatives, make a positive. I don't think you found a point that gives you okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Any ideas?
Paimon, how good are you at dancing?
Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring in musicals.
Let alone talking.
If you're interested in helping, why not
Oh,
start
how
by
convenient.
having a chat with the requester? He's right over there. Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure out another solution. Maybe there's something he hasn't thought of.
Here's a thought. Put yourself in a dress and get to it. I mean, God knows it looks like you need the exercise.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a sour lemon.
That's one way of saying it.
Paimon approves, let's go!
Also, why is there a pirate in the background?
Hello there, are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two. Are you really willing to act in my musical?
I mean, you're looking for an actress, and well, then again, if Eva takes off if they let the hair down and maybe get some makeup. Yeah, no, actually, no, I think you can actually put Eva in a dress and it would still look. I'll say people complain about this, but it's honestly fine. It's not that annoying, to be honest. I think it's more like I'm like similar in terms of like shooters. Like because of the sensitivity and just even when I try to fix it, it's just. So again, everyone's brain looks different. So, and then keep in mind some people might just have problems with like, what's it called when you have weird movement in your fingers? Is it tennis? Not tennis. I don't remember what the term is, but sometimes people just can't control their hands the way they want to.
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine already.
Paimon, again, at this point, are you surprised? Actually, no, better question. How are you surprised?
But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that
This guy doesn't even talk half the
so we
time.
figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot.
Are there no, like, bow and arrows? Or guns so you can shoot it out of the air? Get a drone strike! Yeah. That's usually how America solves every problem. With lots of guns.
If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame.
With ticket fees?
That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group of amateur enthusiasts.
Also funny how the first thing that comes to mind is Furina, which I mean, to be fair, again, amazing actress. She was doing this for 500 years. But I'm surprised we didn't go like with. Oh no, I was gonna say, could Lynette do it? Maybe Lynette. Maybe we can pay Lynette to do it. I don't know. Not up. Well, that's lame.
All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
Disband? You're splitting up the troupe?
I mean, they probably don't have, like, if they can't pay the actors, of course they're going to have to disband. 2D for some reason. Yeah, that's something I don't understand. Like, if it's like if it's supposed to be a remake, but it keeps like, but it doesn't keep what made the original loved. It's just like, well, why don't you just make this a new game?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, this is supposed to be our final show together as a troupe.
Well, it's a good thing that we know an amazing actress who's gonna probably give you a lot of ticket sales so you can stay together.
One last show, and after that, we go our separate ways. So we were really hoping to end on a high note.
Heh, sucks to suck.
Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since childhood, and unfortunately,
it's always a chronic illness.
Flared up again recently. It really drains all her energy, so she's in no state to perform.
Man, just throw all the tropes you can think of into one scenario, and this is basically what's happening right now.
The show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's sake, I still hope we can find a way to hold the performance on schedule.
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. Let's see if we can come up with any ideas. What if we sponsored the show? Traveler, how much more are you carrying?
But not enough to sponsor Paimon, the fuck! I'm not using our freaking upgrade material money to sponsor a show! Fuck that!
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor. And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
More isn't the biggest part. How do we find someone who's good for what the hell are you talking about? Money is always the highest priority. What, the guy that we're talking to? I don't know. We decided just to put in the most generic man ever and give him a lemon. And apparently he swelled up like a lemon. To glow with him. Yeah, all of the glowing went into his body.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show.
I mean, that's how most people do this.
We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about...
I was going to say body fat, but for all we know, he could be. Great monster, I was just thinking that. Again, buddy, I think she's in retirement right now. I don't think she's ready to commit to another role.
That's how you know we're the best of partners. Anyway, she should have all the free time in the world right now. She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd. Performing in a musical should be a piece of cake for her.
If she doesn't have trauma from it.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her? You're... That was a joke, right?
Wow, just how quickly the crowd flips on them. They're thinking of me. Indeed, Soup. As we all know, you're amazing at musical theater.
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be really good at it.
I mean, we have, and yeah, she is.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular.
Damn.
But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Furina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours.
Well, considering how she just went from the biggest fan of her entire existence, like literally, that's literally why she was created. Oh, reborn. Again, that whole thing with Full Soul is still kind of weird. But I digress. I think she would like to have a small role. I'm feeling lonely. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Don't you? Are you prepared to do whatever it takes?
Well, yes, but... Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, then of course I'd be honored to have Lady Furina star in our show. I'm sure the rest of the troupe would be delighted too.
Yeah, we're talking a big game, but it's like, do we actually even know where she is?
I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested. She might consider this opportunity beneath her.
I don't think it's so much beneath her as the fact that I think she probably doesn't want to do any more performing anytime soon. Again, for probably another 500 years, but again, no one gonna mold her.
No point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask her. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and mighty anymore.
Yeah, but at this point, considering how she was basically doing that act for, again, her basically her whole life, she probably doesn't know anything else. Like, she literally doesn't even know how to be her. She doesn't know how to be Furina. She only knows how to be Full Soul.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news. Good luck.
Wait, where does Furina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's, moved out, right?
She's roughing it in the woods.
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Okay, first off, how do you know that? And second of all, how did you even get that? Because I'm pretty sure that Furina wouldn't have just given it out. Unless it was Nouvellette.
When did you get here?
Paimonchi's literally like 5 inches away from us.
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. I thought I should be at the ready in case my assistance is needed.
You just creepily listening with your robot ears?
It is my duty to support commissioners in any way I can.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you for eavesdropping, yes.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Furina. Back in a jiffy.
That's kind of concerning if you can just, you know, casually give out someone's address. Without the permission. Just saying.
I can't believe they're seriously asking Lady Furina. Seems a little over the top.
Try not to worry. May I pour you a glass of water?
We have a lot of the game of bathwater after, you know, the whole incident. What the hell is she, actually? Wait, did she actually get herself her own house? Oh wow, is she actually not in the woods? Man, it really does pay to be famous. Wait, is she living in a magazine shop?
Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place, it's just, a bit of a step down from the Palais Mermonia.
Well, again, she's not trying to be a celebrity anymore. She wants to be an ordinary teenager. A 500-year-old teenager.
It's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Oh my god, she just sounds so depressed now. Also, she got a haircut! Yay!
Okay, when did popping out of thin air become all the rage? First Catherine and now you?
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food, but now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too.
Wow, don't you get sick of— yeah.
Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
Well, she's definitely seemed to be doing well with herself.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
Do all your own cooking now?
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity!
Yep, she's still got a bit of Full Soul in her.
It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that my meals are a little simpler now too.
Love went for a giant-ass introvert to a freaking— well, giant-ass extrovert to an introvert, I should say.
Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre faucilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
Blah. Furina, I know you would try, again, doing the whole masquerade as a goddess, that's like, again, for 500 years. But again, you've been alive for 500 years. You literally couldn't took, like, 5 seconds to learn how to cook. Well, then again, well, I guess that would go against the whole act, but still, you at least could pick up, like, a cooking book or two. At least when you were doing all that study act.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
I can't buy one. She doesn't really, like, needed to, so I guess it's not her fault.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my fall from grace.
Man. This literally does feel like... Literally when... Well, I guess it really is what just happened when a celebrity gets caught, like, in a scandal, like, from drugs, affairs, all that kind of stuff. And then they'll just shun and taken out of the spotlight. But again, it kind of was what Furina wanted, so I guess it's not really that too bad of a, like, of what happened, like, regardless, but... I guess that's what they were also just trying to go for, so...
Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please be on your way. Shoot!
Shoot! Be gone! Be gone, peasants!
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad! Yeah, exactly! What the Traveler said! Paimon wasn't trying to make fun of you.
Directory, anyway.
Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either.
We actually came to ask you for your help.
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
Yeah, neither do we, but we seem to be holding up pretty well.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help.
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then fine. I'll spare you the lecture about your attitude just now. So tell me, what specifically makes this matter so specific?
Well, we need you to go, be reinstated into your actress career.
I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way just to amuse yourselves at my expense. After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine, well-versed in all the various performing arts. A mere musical is well within my capabilities.
Again, you could take Furina out of the spotlight, but you can't take the spotlight out of Furina.
But given the present circumstances, I'm afraid I must regretfully decline your casting request.
How come? It sounds like this would be a breeze for you.
Yeah, but the public reaction, though.
True, but I have made a decision to retire from the stage.
Again, seeing how she was in a role for, again, her entire existence, that's completely justified.
Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible mark on me.
Seriously, this girl needs therapy.
Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was.
For real, this is what I've been saying, like, bruh, being forced to be, like, there's a difference between acting and actually being able to break character, but she wasn't even given the chance to break character. Like, she couldn't even do, like, every time we got to hear her inner monologue, it was just that inner monologue. She couldn't even say it out loud for the fear of someone catching her. Blah.
Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again.
Yeah, exactly. She couldn't even, like, when she even tried to be, like, herself as the Hydro Archon, people shunned her, so.
But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new roles.
That's completely fair!
Paimon can understand.
Paimon, I don't think you can understand.
But this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's sick. Surely Okay.
Paimon, she clearly has some trauma, okay? I don't think we should be opening up these wounds just for, even if it's a day thing.
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer cross.
Okay, yeah, Furina is seriously the best character. She is setting boundaries. Respect the boundaries. Amen. Yes, I had to make those claps.
If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself, which would be the same as not having a boundary in the first place.
Exactly! Oh my god, Furina just keeps getting more and more amazing by the second.
So I'm not going to perform, and that is that.
Respect her boundaries.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troop? Otherwise, they'll just have to disband without any fanfare.
Is that why her special passive is called fanfare? Oh, okay. I'm like, what the hell does fanfare have to do? Okay, yep, now I get it.
Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Like, you should have some connections, but again, who knows if anyone will actually want to talk to her.
Nope.
Short and to the point, okay.
She just wants this to be done and over with, and again, can't blame her.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me.
Blah. Someone seriously give this girl some therapy.
Since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help.
Therapy and a hug. Travel, give her a hug, I swear. That's why I'm making one exception. But she said to batteries.
True, but I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue, begging and groveling for their help with a show they won't even get paid for? Ooh, no way. I'm dying from embarrassment just thinking about it. Nope, not happening.
Blah, Furina is literally the most relatable fucking character.
Well, is there anything else we can do? This performance really means a lot to the guy we're working for.
Well, I said it before, Paimon, you either need to learn how to walk or Travel needs to get the hair down and wear a dress.
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't want this job, nor do I know of anyone else who would.
Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh. I wish I could help, really. But if I thought I had the answer to this problem, I would have said so by now.
Now that you're actually able to actually say something.
It's alright, Furina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Oh, everyone in the troop will be so disappointed. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now. Alright then, we'll see you around, Furina!
Toodaloo to you, too. I'm going home to take a rest now.
Again, you can literally just hear the difference, and again, how Full Soul, again, that's what I'm just gonna call in the outer effort. Full Soul so boost, like, boast, again, full on extrovert, and then Furina, like, her actual self is just so introverted. Blah. Seriously, I relate to her so much. Like, Furina literally the most relatable fucking character to me.
It's too bad, but we have to respect Furina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now.
Exactly, but none of them believe you.
You think, Paimon? You think? Also, yes, I did change my icon to Furina because, again, the most relatable character. Also, and I already loved her design beforehand, so.
Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent? When did I tell you I'm going to take a step back?
Oh, dude. Oh. Yeah, that's oh, you fucked up.
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know the signs. But you never tell us about your illness, even when it's clearly flaring up.
That still doesn't mean you should go behind her back and replace her. Blah.
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my behalf?
Facts.
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform.
I mean, I get that he was doing it out of a place of a concern, but still, you should have not, like, did this behind her back, buddy.
Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now? The adventurer assigned to your commission has returned.
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding. So, how did your conversation with Furina go?
Little misunderstanding. Boy, you got caught. Like, there is no little misunderstanding about it. You fucked up.
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she wasn't having it. She doesn't want to play the role for personal reasons.
Yeah, just to clarify that. It wasn't because she thinks you're a peasant, it's because she has trauma.
I see. Well, circumstances have changed a little, so maybe that's not such bad news after all. You see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging the musical with the full original cast was always the dream, of course.
And Furina's still going to end up having to... Her illness is going to flare up, and Furina's going to have to be the understudy. I always see how this is going in.
Oh, right. Sounds like everything worked itself out then.
And find out she's no longer neat. Blah. Oh, wouldn't that be a giant fuck you to her?
Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a lifetime.
Jeez, is Lady Furina really so harsh with people?
No, but she's kind of in a very vulnerable position right now. Again, considering everything that happened. Again, don't blame her.
Only joking. Calm down. So, guess we can consider this case closed now, huh?
Cool, what's all money?
Despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for ideas on the way back here.
I know, and that's really bad considering, well, we're working with Paimon in my brain. Yeah, we were fucked.
Look, there's no point arguing with you about this anymore. You've made yourself very clear, so I'll stop looking for a replacement. This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again, there won't be time to find anyone to replace you.
I mean, at the very least, like, not like full-on replace her, but you could at least, like, again, you could at least came to a compromise and said, like, hey, look, I respect the fact that you want to go, but if something happens, we kind of do need an understudy. Like, at the very least, you should try to find an understudy.
So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance. We have to make sure it goes ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, he definitely should have, like, let her know instead of going behind her back. But again, like, not just because of her sake, it should be for, like, the entire troop. Like, again, they should at least get an understudy. But no, that would be the logical thing to do.
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I'll definitely be able to tough it out until the performance day.
Then, indeed, she did not.
I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper farewell show. So, the last thing I want is to be left out.
Man, that makes it even more of a giant fuck you, the fact that we're just having Furina come in and steal the spotlight.
Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home, myself included.
I mean, since you guys are breaking up, why not go to Sumeru? They got plenty of positions there.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried about the show. I should have asked for your permission first.
Seriously.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on.
Man, that was a fast story quest.
Sure.
Furina followed us. Huh.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shopping list.
Travel just over here yoink like Missy.
Alright, I'm coming. No need to drag me. Hello, one and all. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now.
Huh.
Furina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing here?
Guilty conscience.
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation you mentioned. Yes, a teensy bit concerned. That's all.
Again, I will continue to say it. You can take full solo out, but you can't. Well, you can literally take her out, but you can't take Furina out of. Well, you can take full solo out of Furina, but you can't take Furina out of full solo. Actually, reverse that.
When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some strongly worded things.
As you should! Establish the boundaries!
And all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. Anyway, I just feel a bit bad about how it went down. I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
Just show yourself.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then, to make matters worse, you caught me.
Oh.
But in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been resolved.
Again, we need an understudy, I'm just saying.
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack. I mean, how could we be worthy of having Lady Furina star in our show?
I don't think she wants to be called Lady anymore.
There's no need to think like that.
Yeah.
And no need to keep addressing me as Lady. Just Furina is fine. I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, why does it have to disband? If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, for instance.
I mean, if worst comes to worst, I'm pretty sure Furina can just go to New Zealand like, hey, buddy, we're still tight, right? You want to give us a free sponsorship?
Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away, you'll find a way through.
Man, and yeah, this is coming from the most optimistic person ever. I mean, she held out for 500 years. If anyone knows what they're saying in this situation, it's definitely Furina.
We all want to believe that, but some things are just beyond our control.
I mean, again, the same thing could be said about the prophecy, but again, Furina held out.
Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director. She was the heart and soul of our troupe. She kept us going.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she was a victim in the serial disappearances case.
Oh man, well, she got revenge, I can tell you that much.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit was brought to justice. But still, no sentence can bring our director back to us.
I mean, that's not exactly true. I mean, we can go to the fountain, maybe her, part of her, consciousness in the ocean, and maybe will be kind of cooperative.
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Furina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength. Things were really looking up for us.
No wonder she was targeted.
And then disaster struck.
She became the bathwater.
Yeah. After that, the entire troupe fell into disarray. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can. But despite our efforts, things are slowly but surely falling apart.
Yeah?
It's agonizing. But ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own terms than stick it out to the bitter end and watch all our dreams turn to dust.
Fair enough, I see where they're coming from.
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings who achieved so much and no doubt had much more to give. And then her life was so cruelly taken.
Yeah. Because someone decided to be selfish.
I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to the stage, is also your final gift for her?
Yes, exactly. We all miss her terribly.
Well, good thing I followed the traveler here. After hearing this tragic tale, I can no longer stand by and do nothing.
Furina.
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, they're no longer looking for a replacement anyway.
Just now gonna be the director.
I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced audience member.
Man, she really can do everything, can't she?
But only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
Oh, most definitely. We'll take any guidance that you can give.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though. Will that be a problem?
She's just doing this for charity.
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director. Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epiclese is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything from on high.
No kidding. Also, dog, don't you dare start the barking. Yeah, you just gotta actually see things with your own eyes instead of, well, I guess, through the looking glass.
The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of criminal liability, but what about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them?
I mean, to be fair, most of those people usually, you know, pick up a sword and duel, so there can be emotional. They can point and flow away into infinity.
An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart and slowly settle with the passage of time. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this I have never witnessed before, and so I should like to observe, perchance to understand.
Man, again, 500 years. And even after all that time, she's like, you would think even with all those years she would have been able to, but she couldn't.
Huh. Still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh?
That would just self to say. Okay, Paimon, you're ruining the moment.
You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
Paimon, she is actually being sincere here. Stop being a brat.
No. This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine.
That's an expression.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen to a story.
Since it's you, I'll do it, especially since it's late to the series. No, what? No, it's
Thank
Furina.
you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Furina's performances, as of course we all are.
Dog, why are you in the corner? Who put the baby in the corner? You know you don't have to be in the corner, right? Real dog.
Alright, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse the size. It's a little on the smaller side.
How small we're talking about here? No, on the completely opposite side of town. Neat. Are we going like inside the building? Or is this like a street performance? Well, I guess we're actually going in. Okay. What are you talking about? This is actually a pretty good sized set.
Huh? Lady Furina?
What's Lady Furina doing here?
Yeah, all things considered, this isn't a bad set. I was thinking like literally just like a tiny piece of cardboard.
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Miss Furina will be supporting our production of The Little Oceanid in the role of artistic consultant. These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Furina on our behalf. I'm sure they need no introduction.
No, who are these commoners?
You bet! That was the trial of the century!
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't thank you enough.
In more ways than one, we then proceeded to watch him get absolutely murdered. It was hilarious. Terrifying, but hilarious.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the fun.
So, you were saying the Little Oceanid?
Is this supposed to be a parody of The Little Mermaid? Well, I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our director. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show, we can all take some solace in that.
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
For real? Like, the hell? So let me get this straight. You're trying to do this in a matter of days, but you don't even have a finished script, and even if you did, you would have to memorize it all. Oh yeah, this place was doomed to fail.
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front trying to realize this dream. Anyway, let me give you a quick summary of what the story's all about. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form, despite the protests of her family.
Yeah, no, this is just the Little Mermaid.
She longed to live just like any other human. And sure enough, she found friendship and even love. Everything seemed perfect.
And are we okay? So here's the question: are we going with the good ending, or are we going with the bad ending?
But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world came crashing down around her.
Okay.
So far, so good. A classic tale. What happened after that?
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her script.
You seriously couldn't think of something to go after that? You guys seen how many plays? Wow, no, I don't even feel sorry for you idiots. You literally couldn't figure out something to go after that.
We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction to take it in.
Oh my god, this is a musical as well. Oh my god, they probably don't even have the song. Oh wow, you guys. Yep, this was definitely doomed to fail.
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
Okay, so yeah, they're basically trying to decide whether they want to do the Fable version or the Disney version. Why not both?
By true to life, you mean the director's sudden disappearance?
Oh wow, yeah, and then the whole sea foam and the original Fable. Oh, that's wow. They literally went all out with that, didn't they?
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction.
True.
But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
I mean, would definitely make them feel something.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. We have to consider their emotional stake in this, not just our own.
There's nothing wrong with having a tragedy. Yeah, I mean, granted, that kind of would be a little depressing as a final show, but literally, those things called tragedies.
And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of our main actors. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script. But the deadline's passed, and we still haven't heard from him.
Wow, you guys are really bad at this.
The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since.
Exactly what the hell were you going to... Okay, yeah, no wonder this trip was going to disband. You guys are so dysfunctional on where your priorities lie.
He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure what to make of that.
What the hell were you even going to give him the script? You are all shit.
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Furina helping us, maybe we should take the opportunity to get everyone back together.
I don't think getting you all back together would change anything. Like, jeez, you are all so bad at this. Also, dog, what the hell? There's your ball. Stop getting it stuck.
What opportunity? What do you mean?
We can use you as a messenger pigeon, I guess.
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
How poetic.
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role model.
Again, it's funny, because again, she literally is at least 500, well, yeah, like 500 years old. But yet, since she's now human, she's basically just a teenager.
Oh, stop. You're making me all flustered. Although, not in a bad way.
Keep a-talking.
I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing.
Understatement. They decided to go, took the easy way out and just left.
But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time to rally the troops.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1. Let's check in with Paulo and see where he's at with the ending. He went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend's home might help him to relax and escape the feeling of isolation.
Yes, so obviously let's go to the place where a massacre happened. Sure. Best way to figure out the ending to a story for real tragedy. Well, again, most stories are based off on real tragedies. I mean, look at Genshin, for example.
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors. given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago. But I guess it's the opposite. A friend in need and all that.
To fail, I guess.
Yeah, maybe he could use some company.
Poisson.
You really want to bring him there after the... Considering the last time we were there with Furina, we kind of tricked her into going into, you know, a cage. Is it really smart to bring her there?
Nothing. I suppose my presence will be indispensable if we are to restore his faith in the show. So, allons-y. To Poisson!
Losey, what the frick does that mean? Guess away? Being fancy about it, I guess? Oh man, this is literally just from someone's dorm room. That's a desk.
You're off to Poisson to find Paulo, right? Have a safe trip. We'll take care of the troop while you're gone.
Yes, and look where that has already led you.
Pressure's on now. We gotta make sure we're fully prepared.
They were not fully prepared at all. Bombs away. Hey, kitties!
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
Nope, slams the door on the face even though it's not even open.
You came all the way here for that?
Well, we don't have these things called telephones, so...
Alright. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great news.
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this last part of the script. I'll be out once I'm done.
Yeah, no, he probably hasn't even started.
Okay then. Looking forward to your masterpiece.
So, as expected, he's missed the deadline.
Yep.
The ending is one of the most important parts of the show.
True. Again, some of the hardest things to write are the beginnings and endings. Endings so much not so hard for, like, me. But it's always hard, the beginnings are the ones that always trip me up.
Even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to read through and make sure we agree on it.
Yeah, but it's not like you have time to, you know, change it. Hell, we shouldn't even still be writing the script right now.
Someone
Oh, hi,
told me
Novia.
they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Furina, too.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made all the arrangements already.
Okay, sure.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. We'll take that stroll.
What?
Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
Aww.
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
Man, if someone knows about trauma, it's these two.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there was something I could do.
I mean, technically you still have, like, I would assume if you just walked in, no one would stop you from just going up to Nuvia and like, hey buddy, we need to give these guys some more support. Because I don't think he would go against them. Again, they have this weird, like, family dynamic. Again, father, daughter, brother, sister, however you want to, like, view them as.
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time we meet?
She has a bit of some, a guilt complex. Again, Furina's so fucking relatable, my god.
We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let them cloud everything we do. And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past all the time.
I mean, to be fair, she is trying to live as herself, not as Furina, so...
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier said than done.
Again, and if anyone knows, it's her. Man, it's ironic and saying again, Navia is obviously way younger than her, but it's kind of cute how, again, like, since Navia's obviously, like, had a share trauma, that she's kind of being, again, this kind of older sister to Furina right now, and trying to comfort her, because she knows exactly what it's like.
Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget after the Hydro Archon's inaction in the face of catastrophe. To avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress playing the role of Furina.
And they believe that?! Well, then again, they believe... Then again, the nation of justice, the people who you... I'm not even surprised.
It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
And it's very, very good that your people are kind of idiots.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all, like my father before me. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
For real.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with, so maybe she's right. You're the closest thing to friends that I have.
Man, that's sad. The fact that she can't even consider Nouvellette as a friend. Bruh. I really hope we get to see him and Furina actually getting to interact in this. Because I don't think we actually got to see him. Yeah, like, we got him to see him interact with Furina, but we technically haven't seen them interact as, again, as Furina, not the Hydro Archon and him. So, I really hope I hope they get to have some interactions during this. Oh, this isn't going damn well. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know if I was ready to meet her.
Fair enough.
It's always easiest to just run away from your problems.
For real.
But that never fixes anything. You can't get around the obstacles without facing them.
Man. And if she knows, like, again, a lot of this stuff is like, wow, she knows exactly, like... Okay, dog, can you stop trying to get your ball stuck? I need to get a baby gate for this thing. I mean, I'm trying to say she knows exactly what she's talking about, because again, she basically had to do that her entire career, basically. Did you seriously just get your ball stuck again? I can't with this dog.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
I mean, did you not see how she was acting when we first found her here?
Yeah. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared of coming back here.
Understatement.
Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I want to see for myself the things that I never could in the past.
Yeah, see him as Furina, not Fossil.
I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade of vitriol against me. Which, of course, I completely understand and accept.
Man, I'm sure some people didn't buy. No, I would like to think not everyone here was a freaking idiot.
Yeah, I can tell people are watching me.
How quickly the public can change their views on you.
I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydra Archon as extremely disrespectful.
No kidding.
I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially when they had suspicion or resentment in their eyes. I guess I wasn't quite ready for this after all.
Give Furina a hug, please. And therapy.
Making yourself go through all of this.
Making herself go. She's going to have to one way or another. Just that she said it just wasn't ready to do it now. You gone on a bit too much in one go. Yeah.
I can't let myself see only the things I want to see. How would that make me any different from before?
For real, again, I love how she's acknowledging it.
Look, there seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Oh man, the mob's gonna come with the pitchforks.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rasula's ship? We should have a view of the whole of Poisson from there.
Just keep you trapped in there as they burn it to the ground. I'm also just very curious, because it's like, we know she's going to get her vision doing this. Like, she hasn't already, so she obviously is going to get her vision doing this. But I'm curious to know how it's going to go, if it's going to be something similar to, again, the Scarlet Moosh vision thing. Because I think that's the only time we, like, besides the whole all-in-all quest of Reyna, well, she got her vision. The only time we've seen someone get a vision was during that, so... I don't think it's going to be as epic as, you know, the giant mech thing that happened, but... Just to say, how the freak do you even get up this thing? Gravity, not even- WHAT?! I meant to do that, says no one. Don't do it again. Nope. Thank God I got cut off.
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll. And here I am dumping all this heavy stuff on you.
I don't apologize. You needed that favor, but you never were able to say anything like before. You had to keep it all in. That's actually a good thing you're probably saying all this. I mean, granted, well, not should be, again, the people you should be saying this to, again, you definitely need some therapy. But it's better to let it out than keep it all bottled in. I mean, trust me, I should know. I have a lot of depression myself. And where did you get your ball stuck now? Dog. Why are you like this? Don't get pets or children. They're very disruptive.
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing to see a different side of you.
For real.
Great.
Aww.
Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet.
Aww. They're fucking adorable. Now, don't get me wrong, like, travel, like, regardless, like, Etho, I mean, like, the OTP with them is Shao, like, Shao, Etho, I mean. But these two are fucking adorable.
I don't know whether you can tell, but The years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind.
Yeah, that would be the survivor's guilt.
One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories washed out of existence in an instant. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, a divine power would save them from harm. And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true.
Oh, the survivor guilt.
But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
Don't be harsh on yourself. I feel so bad.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear, and I became more lonely and isolated.
Seriously, Furina is literally like the best character. She is so fucking relatable. Maybe obviously not to the extent, but man, I can relate to her so much.
Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task, and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone, weeping on my throne. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such as yourselves. Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom.
Man, if Furina doesn't show up in Windbloom, because God knows she needs a couple of drinks right now, I'm just saying.
But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to people.
Bruh, you need to go to Mondstadt. You need a vacation. You and Venti could just drink together, like, bruh. Hell, maybe go to Jean-Lee, like, he definitely knows what it feels like to be, again, like, retirement. Man, Furina just has, like, a little bit of, like, we even saw it in a, like, trailer / demo that when she was acting out all the Archons, like, she literally has, like a piece of each of them, kind of, in a way.
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
Yeah, think of it as your reward.
A reward?
Because now you can finally speak your heart. You don't have to be anguished and alone. Yeah.
I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in.
It's just so crazy at the beginning, like, again. Like, we made all those jokes and stuff about, again, like, Full Solo and her being ignorant and dumb and stuff, but again, it wasn't Furina, it was Full Solo. Again, it was a character she was forced to play. Just seeing the real Furina, though, it's really is heartbreaking.
I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to protect.
Yeah.
Believe in the Furina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. No one could be allowed to know.
Yeah.
That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining relationships.
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought you were just a bit of a diva at heart.
Paimon, this is not the time to be an asshole! Paimon, you're ruining the moment here! Like, literally, you are kind of just third wheeling at this point. Like, jeez.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today.
Seriously.
I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same.
For real, Paimon, get off her back. What Paimon meant to say was she doesn't like to see you down. Do you feel better having gone on? Yeah, exactly.
I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm finally free to live my own life again. And even though I have no idea where I'm going right now...
Exactly. It's just like, again, she literally didn't even get to be her for like a second before she was thrust upon this wall. Because again, she literally just forced the wall want the divinity. She literally was created just for this purpose.
At least the choice is in my hands.
For real.
Alright, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by now.
You think? Yeah, this is what we need more of in the story quest, just to actually get to know the characters. Because sometimes some story quests, like especially like Nilu's is the first one that comes to mind, where it's literally just focusing on someone completely different, and we didn't even really get anything about Nilu. I hate those kinds of story quests. They're literally supposed to be about the character, and yet they're focused on something else.
Sure. Okay, let's head back and check it out.
Bruh. I'm just loving Furina more and more by the second. Some more while I'm here. Was there anything else? No? Okay. And the music in the background just makes it even better. Now let's watch as this whole thing gets ruined as the people start getting the pitchforks out. Because we got to find some way to ruin this moment.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of fish and chips, you know?
Okay, at least no self-aware.
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Can you believe how generous she is? I'm not about to pass on free food.
I'm starting to think that's got you into the situation you're currently in right now.
Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking. That's your job.
Wow. Okay.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about, it's yours. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin yours by filling yourself up with junk all the time.
Wow. This story quest is going hard. Not only do we have to deal with, like, I guess with news, it's like, it's one thing, like, the characters, like, the main focus needs to be obviously about the character in question, but when you also have good side characters that also, like, reflect, like, the character themselves, it's just like, we're just tackling all kinds of issues, aren't we?
Oh no, looks like they're arguing again. We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside for a moment?
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your stead. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl. What about you?
It's the father.
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he outgrew that role. Well,
wow.
The costume at least. So now he's playing the boar instead.
Ooh, the shade.
Sorry.
Paimon over here fat shaming. I mean, I was kind of doing it as well, but it's not as funny when the characters in the game actually point it out.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
How the frick do you know that?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines, too. Like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to the little Oceanid. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
You know, I'm starting to think they just plagiarized Furina's story without even knowing it.
kinda familiar.
Side eye.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy.
I don't think it's about her, though.
She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really was.
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness.
That what you won't name.
Once my family found out it couldn't be treated,
Oh, wow.
decided they didn't want me anymore.
Wow, the parents here in Fontaine just suck. Well, wonder there's so many orphans. Like, geez, you're all wishing at the wishing well, but you apparently should have been more clear about your wishes. No wonder we have so many freaking child trafficking rings.
I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But whenever I had a bad flare-up, I'd be lying in an alleyway for days at a time.
Jeez, makes you wonder how you didn't get trafficked.
It was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. I said yes. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare up. I know it was all a huge burden on her.
She sounds like a really incredible person.
Yeah, and we also got to see her murder someone. It was hilarious. Actually, I'm curious to know if we'll actually get to go back to the fountain and maybe actually see her. At least the part of her in the ocean.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in it. All of us were so proud to call her our director. I was a lost child too when she found me.
Again.
Just the child of a murderer.
What?
My parents weren't around when I was little, so I got sent to an orphanage.
I really hope the orphanage wasn't the Promised Neverland one.
The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer."
Ugh.
It was just to taunt me, though. I was an easy target, and they knew it.
I'm starting to think people in Fontaine shouldn't have kids.
One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I lost all faith in humanity by that point.
Ugh.
I thought the whole world was out to get me.
Ugh. Well, this is definitely a found family situation, huh?
Let me guess. Fortunately, the next person you ran into was the director.
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe. And I promised myself I'd stay here until the day the group parted ways.
The day you hoped would never come. How times change.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to. This is our new artistic consultant, Miss Furina.
Furina? The Furina? Oh my god, how did you manage to wrangle that?
Also, again, more people confirming they don't say, "Oh my Archon."
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troupe and your wonderful director. I just wanted to do something to help.
Same here.
Yeah, we're just here for emotional support.
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'll try to calm down. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a rundown of how the story unfolds in my version of the script. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. A little Oceanid decides she wants to become a human, against the wishes of her family.
Man, how funny would it be if he just completely rewrote the script? Like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore.
She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. But then, disaster strikes. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid. plants and flowers are withering, and the people begin to panic.
So it's basically the exact opposite of the prophecy. Instead of too much water, there's no water. Man, you should have sent some of that extra water to the people in the story. Then it might have evened out a bit.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it and investigate the truth of the matter together. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to flee the land, as if driven by a consciousness of its own.
That kind of reflects the Oceanids. Well, the ones that actually decide to stay as Oceanids.
Consciousness? You mean the water is sentient?
Well, I mean, isn't that basically what Oceanids are? Sentient water beings?
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories that explore this theme.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity, as well as the truth behind the crisis. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed her secret. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save her lover and the rest of humanity.
Damn. Okay, we'll do in this route, I see.
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to save them after that?
Because that's what sacrifices do. They usually solve the problems. We always gotta have a motto.
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up for her.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love, one that extended to all of humanity. Surely the biggest strength of Cleo's character.
There's actually something else that bothers me. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our world. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as true to life as possible.
Are we trying to tell, like, there's one thing in which, like, I get where she's coming from, but...
What about if the little Oceanid is hounded to death by people who hate her, her lover makes sure her secret never gets out, and humanity continues down the path to extinction?
Cool, make it even more of a tragedy.
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me. And perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
Yeah.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death, both arbitrary and meaningless. On the day when she went missing, Director Aurelie had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait for her outside the city.
Maybe she was also trying to prevent everyone else from, seawater.
We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we returned to the city, she disappeared without a trace. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs seemed to point to her being the latest victim in the serial disappearances case.
The director was the kindest soul in the world, yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment by someone who had nothing to do with her at all.
Yeah, one place at the long time.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen? It almost seems as if she was moving you to safety.
It's because she somehow knew she was going to be off next? And didn't want you to get caught in the crossfire?
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he won't open up to me.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief. I think the director's death hit him hardest of all.
Well, was he actually her lover or something?
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, I have a hard time imagining that anyone took it harder than me.
Oh, please let us know why.
Because, well, speaking of the play being true to life, I was deeply, madly in love with O'Reilly.
Oh, good for you, but that's just it. You don't know if the feelings were mutual. Maybe they actually were lovers for all you know. Dog, seriously, I'm about to throw your ball out of this room.
What? You kept that one quiet.
Shh.
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we can't be honest about how we feel. I did tell her how I felt once, but she turned me down pretty much straight away.
Geez, I wonder why. Again, if the other guy and her actually were lovers, so.
She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her, and she never considered us as potential romantic partners.
Fair enough.
Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. So I told her I'd always be there for the troupe, and I'd always be there for her. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troupe no longer required her constant attention, well, maybe then she could reconsider what she really wanted in her life.
I mean, that's one optimistic way of thinking of it, but that seems kind of desperate. I'm just saying. Like,
And now, that day will never come.
I mean, not true. I mean, you can hop in the fountain, maybe have some of the primordial seawater, maybe trip some balls a bit. But maybe you might be able to see the ocean in it.
Oh, Paulo.
So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by O'Reilly. I won't let anyone get in the way of that.
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Vilmont once and for all, face to face. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're ever going to reach a final decision.
Oh, can only see how this is gonna end.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go visit Vilmont.
Are you ready to face the truth?
What is the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified.
Oh, yeah.
But for the sake of our final performance, I'll do whatever it takes.
Just not be in agreement.
Funny you should ask, though. You really do get what I'm going through right now.
I wonder why.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
Doggy! This life just like a... Wow. Doggy! I'm going to capture you. You are now going to be my friend. My dog. I need to buy more of those when I'm thinking of it. My dog now! Gotta love the Pokemon mechanics. Okay, Inazuma, go here. Do I even have money for it? Well, I guess we'll find out shortly, won't we? My dog now, yink. Yoink. Oh, I actually do. Sweet. Okay. Now that we have more... I guess this would be the best way. Literally just going into the middle of nowhere, I see. Jeez, what the freak are you at?
This is tough going. Delphi, are you...
No, no one cares.
Ugh, as if this journey wasn't tough enough already without a roadblock.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. We don't need to take a detour. Wait, why are you all looking at me? You're not seriously expecting me to fight, are you?
Fight, fight, fight!
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone's ever seen Furina in a fight before.
Well, I mean, she didn't actually have any powers, so...
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into indemnitium. Miss Furina said so herself.
Precisely! And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore, so all my power is gone anyway.
Not that you really had any. Like, the only power you had was, again, immortality for aging.
As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a damsel in distress more than anything.
Wait, she's self-aware.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
This isn't quite a gala of pals. Don't you know any self-defense? Did you not hear what she went through with Volcano?
Hey, lay off, all right? My bluff is hanging from a thread here.
Bluff? What are you bluffing about? And also, Paimon, you really should not be judging. You've been through how many near-death situations? You think you would have learned how to pick up a bow at this point?
I'm sorry. I got carried away. Please help us out, would you?
Aw, too bad. I was so pumped to feast my eyes on fight mode Furina.
Forget it.
Sorry to leave all the heavy lifting to you.
Don't worry, piece of cake. Hey.
Oh, at least we got one. At least we got another Archon.
Go!
And we got a lot of firepower. How? Fun!
By royal decree.
You know what?
Cross over.
Why are you running?
Bravo,
Why are you
good
running?
show. You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Quite literally upwards. Are you really living just in this tent?
Vilma, are you there?
Does it look like he's there?
Huh?
Oh,
it's you
never mind.
guys. Wait, what's Lady Furina doing here?
Hello!
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole troop. We now have everyone except you.
So get your ass in gear.
So,
Hello, doggy.
you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will help you write an ending to the script that pleases everyone?
Again, I think that's the least of your problems, but whatever.
I care just as much as everyone else about making the Little Oceanid a success. That's why I wanted to wait until after the show.
You are part of the play. Again, how are you going to get the script?
If I open this can of worms now, I just don't want to make things difficult between us. We're supposed to be a unit when we're on stage.
Buddy, you already have enough problems. I think this is the least of them at the moment.
Viamant, avoiding the truth will not help anyone. Unless you mean to suggest that Aureli's death had something to do with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I guess you kind of already dug yourself into this hole. I'm just saying, you might have to.
Listen, Vimo. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. I never brought it up to anyone. But now, I've made up my mind to put it all on the table. I'm prepared to face everything, to sacrifice everything for the sake of the show.
I'm also curious. I need to go back and see if in the cutscene they actually said her name. Like, if her name was actually foreshadowed or not. I don't think so, but...
The little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on an emotional level.
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one.
Was that necessary?
As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough. We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire. So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performances.
Oh no! Oh no!
It seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director. It was only when the merchant came to deliver the goods that I realized the drink in question was synth.
Oh damn. Okay, not what I was thinking of. Well, not fully directly anyway.
Isn't that the drink paddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
Yeah.
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was completely shocked as well. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, she contacted the merchant and stated that the troupe could not agree to this collaboration.
I think it's a little too late for that, buddy.
The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damages. The amount was astronomical. There was no way we'd be able to pay.
And then?
I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an issue for the whole troupe, and it wasn't my fault.
Well, I think it kind of is your fault, I'm just saying.
But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave the city one day. I knew then that things must have reached a boiling point.
She probably offered herself up as a test subject just to keep them from, you know, out of debt.
I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything.
You gave him a mode to kidnap and murder her.
Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it. Happy now?
Well, I mean, better than the talking circus, just rip off the bandage.
Hey, don't say that.
Well, he's about to beat the shit out of him.
You traitor!
Yep.
You knew Aurelie was in danger. Why in God's name didn't you tell us?
I mean, would it have made any difference? I mean, you all gonna end up being bathwater at that point. I was like, come on, cat. Hey, animals! Why do I have pets? Why do I allow them to come in when I'm streaming? Well, we see if that'll listen to the whining, so.
What do you mean? You were afraid? This was a life-and-death situation. We could have saved her!
Well, I mean, to be fair, you guys didn't know about the bathwater, so...
How could you be so stupid?
Phew.
Please, try not to get too worked up.
And this is how you get punched in the face.
Yeah, listen to him. You need to stay calm.
Boone, stop it.
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? This guy got Aurelie murdered. She was the love of my life!
Yeah, but you wanted the love of us.
And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show! How about taking some responsibility for what he's done?
What do you want him to do? Fucking die?
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to apologize to everyone in the troupe, but that won't bring back the director. What good is my apology now?
I mean, facts.
I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up if you want. Kill me if you prefer.
Jeez.
It's what I deserve.
Yeah.
End my life so I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
I mean, I don't even think you could, even in the aftermath. Again, hope she's kind of part of an ocean right now. And again, can't we just have them do that? Again, they should still be in the fountain.
Get out of my sight! Go! Get lost! I don't ever want to see your face again!
And more self-sabotage.
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Now pipe down, both of you! Can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe?
Damn.
You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life. How can you do that if you're just using it as an excuse to vent your own emotions?
Bruh, she's speaking the truth.
You're right.
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe.
Again, we're trying to have an emotional moment here, and you two are trying to kill each other. Go, be free. You can't play with the cat. The cat will kill you. You can kill Elmo, though. Here. Kill. Can't have nice things.
But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. I can tell how much she loved you all, and how much she loved the troupe.
So much she sacrificed herself. Don't balk. Oh my god. Animals. Can't live with them, can't live without them.
What she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters. To shield you all from the storms that rage in the world outside. That's how you should remember her. And that's what you should be celebrating. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but isn't she your hero already? After everything she did for you?
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what you hope to achieve by arguing with each other.
We needed conflict. That's literally the only reason.
If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the final performance if the group is already fractured?
Man! Furina doesn't need a therapist, she is the therapist! No, she seriously does need a therapist, though.
But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director O'Reilly and the home she built you all to let go. What are you laughing at? I don't see what's so funny.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment there, it felt like our director was back with us again. If she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them exactly like you did, in that same stern voice.
Well, congratulations, Furina, you just adopted 4 adults.
Really? But she sounded like such a gentle person.
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a truly outstanding person.
What you said, it really puts everything into perspective.
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be a genuine apology, but I ended up making it all about me and my self-pity.
Well, isn't this nice? Like, I mean, I was saying that they all need therapy. I guess this is the closest they'll get into group therapy.
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
So, the ending. What are we gonna do about it?
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. When emotions are running high, things get lost in the fray.
Seriously, how did she become the therapist?
The end of the story needs to focus back on O'Reilly herself. She's the true star of the show.
Maybe we supposed to find out more about her. Okay, are we finally going to the Oceanate?
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered items belonging to the victims. If you could find anything that O'Reilly left behind, perhaps we can get a better sense of what she went through in her final days.
Oh, you know, could actually go and talk to her. I'm just saying.
You really think that's possible?
I think it'd just be easier just to go to her directly, but I don't know. Maybe we won't be able. Maybe she's not the one in control of the hive mind at this moment.
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story being based on O'Reilly's true feelings.
No.
Well, we'll leave this in your capable hands.
Also, did they not like investigate the base? Like, at least send the cops afterwards after we left? Like, you would think they'd take that all into evidence or something.
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now, and wait for our good news.
Oh, did they actually put him in, like evidence depository or something? Unclaimed stuff? Man, bitch, you live like this? Oh my, is someone trying to kill me? Are we actually going to run into Nouvellette? Hmm. Yeah, we have to probably go for Nouvellette because, oh yeah, we 100% should be.
Huh?
If not, that's just be a waste.
Go! Huh? You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But, that case has been closed for quite a while now.
Yes, but we still need in it.
Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application. Okay, please hold on. I'll have someone dig them out.
The fact they actually could separate it all.
This is all O'Reilly left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person and this tattered old notebook.
Considering I got dragged underwater, I'm surprised it's still probably eligible. Legible, I mean.
It's full of script lines! And sketches too! Looks like they show where the different props should be placed on stage.
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after she was kidnapped. Aha! I found something. To whoever discovers this diary, it looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiments on dissolving young women.
Man, that would have been convenient to have, but, you know.
If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a conclusive piece of evidence proving Vacher's guilt.
Yeah, well, unfortunately it was kind of stuck in the laboratory.
Vacher took so many lives. It's still so unthinkable how many victims he had.
Yep.
I guess O'Reilly must have written all of this down in the hope that her records would one day be of use to investigators.
No, only after the fact.
Wait, it cuts off. Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line. She probably didn't have much strength left.
Man, what the hell was he actually doing to these people before he liquefied them?
Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourselves.
Someone else was taken. That makes six. Wow, she was one of the earlier victims. Okay, that makes six or perhaps the seventh. Someone tried to escape yesterday, but was caught. She hasn't been seen since. Was that yesterday? Maybe not. I've long since lost track of time, so I don't know if writing this is of any use, of how much longer I can do it for. I can already see my fate approaching, but that terrifies me even more so. The thought of seeing others from the troop here. Have I truly protected them? I'm so sorry. I can write no more. Wow. Jeez. I think I have a feeling my old stomach troubles have returned, but nobody has given me any medicine. I suppose I'm more fortunate than Cicely. The pain keeps her awake all night. Oh man, what the freak was he giving them? Like, against some of the synth? I suppose they think that anything goes so long as the experimental subjects can be used up before they die. It is so damp here. I have given her my blanket. Jeez, he had multiple here at a time as well. So cold, so cold, so cold. As long as one perishes, all things will pass. There will be a reward for hard work. I like to tell him such things, but it is I who am losing my grip. But it is I who am losing... If anyone sees this, troop safe, I, them, opponent, please fellow, apologize, life, perform, future, regrets, seal the pages an absolute mess, and the writer's pen seems to have wandered its surface area. No more someone's gonna be made out briefy at that. I am very surprised he didn't take this away from her, but I guess obviously he didn't think he was gonna get caught, so he probably just let her do it. From this page onwards, the diary stops to be replaced with lyrics of musicals, some are in the form of newspaper clippings, others are hidden with many crossing outs and changes. It is apparent that the pages have been referenced often and that this was the personal notebook of autistic director, however you say her name, even though they've been saying it a lot.
She was so terrified.
She watched a girl get dissolved right in front of her and had to wait for her own death. Jeez. Yeah, Fontaine's definitely kind of messed up.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop, but at the end of the day, she was only human.
Man, and if you couldn't relate to that.
I can't bear to think how painful and lonely her final days must have been. Wait. This part on the last page sounds strangely familiar.
Flipping through the notebook, the lyrics continue. However, one page has been torn out, folded up, and placed next to the last blank page. At the bottom of the photo are two new lines. Shia has written in handwriting much more eligible than before, but it seems that they took her both great effort and a great deal of time to write. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want? Because I am an older sister to them. I love them.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this still what you want?
Isn't that the most important line in the Little Oceanid?
Because I am an older sister to them.
Oh.
So she didn't regret her decision, even as she sat in silence, waiting for death to come.
Seriously, why are we not going to the fountain?
I'm sure this is what the troop would have hoped to hear as well.
Seriously, like, what do we need? Do we need to get us a bunch of synth? Do we need to drug ourselves on the bathwater again? Like...
She had their utmost trust, admiration, and love, and she truly deserved it. Let's go. It's time for them to learn Director O'Reilly's final thoughts.
Wait, nope, no meeting with Nuvolette. Is he actually even here? Oh no, he's out. Damn it! Okay. Back to them we go. Back to our studio apartment. Ding dong. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Doing feeling that some of us for words, some weep briefly, and some grind their teeth and howl with anger. One time passes before the group is able to calmly come together and finally make a decision.
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to convey to the audience the courage and selflessness that she showed in the face of death, then it's a meaningful way to end the story.
Even in the last moments of her life, she was still leaving a trail for others to follow.
She did her best to protect as many people as possible, even if it meant sacrificing herself.
Well, it's not exactly she protected many people. I mean, considering how there was probably, like, didn't they say the victims were, like, there was, like, at least 20 of these people, and she was number 6? Oh, boy.
We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. I don't think any more discussion is necessary. Well, Vilmont, if we put the past aside for now, do you think you can bring yourself to go ahead with the show?
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance, to make this a show worthy of our director. I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need to worry about my feelings. This final farewell show should be about Director O'Reilly and her alone.
Well, it's a good thing we have Furina here who's about to steal the spotlight.
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus. I have a feeling that this will turn out to be the most mesmerizing performance of your lives.
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them perform before?
I mean, she might have.
Don't underestimate my experience. After watching a countless number of musicals, I've learned one important thing. If you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse yourself in your role, pouring all your emotion into your performance.
And I don't think she's just saying this from the things she's seen, more like the things she experienced.
And aren't human emotions, love, hate, regret, and hope, just the most mesmerizing things in this world?
I mean, you're not wrong, but they also are the things that kind of screw us over.
I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life on the stage than they are now.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Miss Furina. And thank you for supporting us through all this.
Then, let's not delay things any longer. We need to discuss the details of the ending and get it nailed down once and for all.
Again, I feel like this should have been, like, worked through a long ass time ago, but let's see them, like, somehow succeed in just a few days.
Actually, before that, I'd like to make a proposal. During the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of my own.
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to be played by the director. I'm just filling in for her.
That kind of feels like you're stealing the credit, though. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but,
Besides, a role commemorating her life should be associated with her name.
Well, if you're sure you're okay with that, I have no objection to it.
Now we're talking like a serious acting troupe. Alright, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure a stage.
Procure a stage?
Oh, It's okay. Our usual place doesn't need a reservation.
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the Opera Epiclese.
Okay, now we going to talk to Nouvelette?
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's never going to work. It's far too fancy for the likes of us.
You are talking to the, well, infamous celebrity here, so...
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that Aurelie's story is unworthy of the grandest stage in Fontaine?
No, that's not what I meant.
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
Yeah, go big or go home.
I have no problem with it then. How about the rest of you? I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for
Unanimous
this
decision.
opportunity. It really is a dream come true.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to fulfill the dream, because just watch, Furina's just going to come in and steal the spotlight.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too.
Yes, because obviously we can't, like, make your self-esteem any worse than it already is.
Come on. We'll need to get the go-ahead from Nouvelette.
Okay,
Just
finally.
need to find him.
Okay, finally! I was about to say, if we don't get to see some kind of interaction between them, as, you know, actually Furina now.
First Miss Furina, now the Opera Epiclese? If only the director was still with us.
Hey, come on. There's no point in dwelling on that now. We have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, you're right. Now's not the time to get all melancholy.
Isn't that what you've been doing this entire chapter, though?
During the final scene, maybe we should stop the music just before Cleo takes the stage?
If this somehow ends up succeeding, which it will probably, well, not even probably, it most definitely will, it's gonna be ridiculous.
Best of luck to you.
Best of luck to all of you. I think the other ones are gonna basically say the same. Okay, where the hell is Nouvelette? Is he already in the fucking opera house? What the hell is he doing since, you know, becoming basically the new landlord? Also, now this thing's starting to lag. Ugh. Do not need you lagging on me. Oh, you're just having a stroll.
Look at that! Looks like I guessed right.
You were just guessing?
I mean, she's known him for, like, as long as he's been here. So, they've known each other for 500 years. I think she should have a good idea of how he works.
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Furina. And you too, Traveler in Paimon. What might I assist you with today?
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for an event. You see...
Just better hope there's no trials on that day.
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see no reason to make things unduly difficult. The story of the Little Oceanid is most fascinating. I'm looking forward to seeing it performed on stage. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts rekindled after all that has happened.
For real?
Huh? What do you mean? Do I look excited?
Yes. And this is the first time that I've seen you like this since your departure from deityhood.
At first, I just felt bad about rejecting them. So I wanted to learn a little bit more about their situation. But one thing led to another, and... well, here we are. In the past, We sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the human stories behind each and every one. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom, but I've developed a great sense of curiosity about their lives.
I am truly delighted to see you find a new lease on life.
Aww. I love the little... Again. I can't tell if they're more like a father daughter or... No, I think they would be more like siblings. Yeah, because if you want to count like Furina as the like mom, in a way. Yeah, they have this cute little like sibling relationship.
Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return to the stage?
Why would you suddenly ask a question like that?
Well, if the Little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are certain to add it to their repertoire. The experiences and decisions of the protagonist Cleo are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you eminently suited to playing the leading role. It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audiences to enjoy your outstanding acting talents once more.
And she most definitely is an amazing actress. I mean, again, took a role and played it for, you know, her whole life.
Haven't I already made myself clear? I won't act or perform in any role ever again. No exceptions.
Why do I feel like this is a plot of something and I'm just completely like blanking on where I've seen it before? I don't know. It sounds like something from a Disney movie, honestly, which again is fitting.
Nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of fine actors or inspirational stories, either on or off the stage.
Facts.
This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has already been well worth the price of admission. I must admit, though, I'm a little envious. They're quite fortunate to be able to bid farewell to their past in such a magnificent manner.
Now you just need to do the same.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are confirmed.
Thanks, Nervalette.
You are very welcome.
He's a good boy. He's best boy. Not best boy, but he's up there.
Many people were once enthralled by Lady Furina's performances, myself included. I hope that one day, she'll be able to understand that our appreciation was always sincere.
Well, I can believe that from you. I don't know about some of the other people from Fontaine. You're a good big brother. Yeah, you're basically the brother. Well, I mean, well, they had to both been born around the same time, so... Well, just saying in this case scenario, since he basically acts like the big brother, he's the big brother. And Furina's no mom. Man, I didn't think we would have another sibling relationship after the whole, you know, Shogun and Scaramouche, but here we are! You gotta love found families. And back into the little studio apartment. Quite literally a studio. And all they fighting again.
Good news, everyone. It's done. The Opera Epiclese is booked.
Good thing I have my brother twisted around my thumb.
Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Nervalette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this special performance.
I mean, I think he was going to agree regardless, but...
We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity. But we now have all of the ingredients necessary to stage a truly spectacular performance.
Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, honey.
A touching story, a magnificent venue, and last but not least, a passionate and dedicated cast.
Who are all going to be somehow indisposed, at least she is.
Now, let's work together and make this show the best it can be.
This is truly wonderful.
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have to rehearse. Fiamma and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Do you even have the songs wrote out, by the way?
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation? That's great!
Communication is vital to any good performance.
Communication is good just for, like, anything in general.
Look at us. We've come so far. I never could have pictured this scene a few days ago.
Yeah, because you're all kind of terrible at communicating.
It's amazing. Even though Furina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's really fired everyone up.
Drama queen? When is she acting like a drama queen? Paimon, you're now just making bullshit assumptions. The fuck are you talking about, a drama queen?
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have. We really value your input.
Are we actually going to have input?
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice the opening number.
Oh. Okay, that's a cool way to do transition. Oh, that's cool. Let's actually getting to see them.
Cursed Cleo. She
Jeez.
stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
How the freak did they have budget to build all this?
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we don't change our ways?
Also, the freaking fake-ass water.
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, O little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Surprised they actually were able to get a full house. Hello? And now her illness is flowing up.
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen such a fine performance in a long time. If only...
What should we do? It's almost time for her to take the stage.
And what did I say?
Why? Why does it have to be now?
Because we need this thing called tension, drama. Like, you people literally live for the applause. What did you expect?
Hey, what's going on? You're due on stage any second now. Oh no, not again. But why? What about your new meds? Did they stop working?
The meds apparently also have a flair for the dramatics.
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing my dose.
How the fuck have you not overdosed?
What? I thought they cure it. So they were only managing your symptoms?
That's basically what these kinds of drugs are for, yes.
I figured whatever it took to get me through this final performance.
Well, time to overdose, I guess.
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not looking after my health.
Yeah, you're all kind of a bunch of hypocrites.
I'm sorry. I've let everyone down.
You... This is a conversation for another time. How can the show go on without its star performer?
Well, Furina, get in the dressing room.
Miss Furina? I'd like to make a request of you.
Just put on the spot like this, huh?
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. I know what you're going to ask.
And the answer is no. Books it out the front door.
Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the troupe with a similar voice register could take it. Why?
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. I'll sing the finale. From the sublime to the ridiculous. After all that, everything's come full circle.
Everything's been coming full circle in this place, sweetie.
Thank you, Miss Furina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position after everything you said.
No, if you were sorry, you wouldn't have asked to begin with.
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep. No one likes regrets, myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by heart.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated to the life and legacy of our director. What, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines so brightly?
Are we actually getting to answer, or is
It's
she?
her pure heart. Despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure, she never once stopped believing in the beauty in this world.
Well, guess that's one way to have a positive look on everything in your situation.
Well said. I leave Director O'Reilly in your hands.
No outfit change or anything. Oh, we don't even get a background. Wow. Man, the camel look though. Especially for something that wasn't even a cutscene. Well, now it is, but.
Is she here yet? When will she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau?
Damn.
Donneras-tu aux chères mères? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies et la cité elle nourrit.
Is this the Japanese voice actress?
Ainsi que toi, mon doux
Or is they just making their own music? Oh, own languages to say.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Jeez, this animation though. Wow.
Et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
Oh, television. Huh.
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Furina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere?
I didn't get a vision. Which is also funny considering Celestial is the one that gives out these visions. Apparently they're not that pissed at her for, you know, deceiving them. If they're giving her a vision.
Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The Little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
That's not my name. That's not my name.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
Wow, you people are actually that dumb.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully, not too many people recognized me.
Oh, of course not. It's not like you are wearing the exact same outfit, just a different color. Oh wait, I forgot you cut her hair. Obviously, she can't be the same person. Her hair is short.
It's too bad that I had to break the one clear rule I'd managed to make for myself, even if I had no choice.
Can you tell you're already becoming human? The old you wouldn't have been able to do that because you were a god, but now that you're a human, you're just gonna break all of the rules. Okay, dog. And we're back to indecisive dog hours.
Still, I have to admit that, despite everything, it felt good to be back on the stage again.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Furina.
Okay, and then proceed to throw her under the bus.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on.
Oh, so it was Furina after all.
She's back.
Wow, people forgave her real fast.
Honestly,
Without that
what's
notion.
he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down. Don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go unacknowledged.
You guys are really terrible at communicating. Like, geez, this is how you got yourself into this situation to begin with. Because you all have zero communication skills. And this is coming from me who literally can't talk.
After all, it's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or invisible, is equally deserving of recognition.
Well, of course she knows that. She's probably the one who made that rule.
Yes, I know the rule, but it should still be applied on a case-by-case basis. I wasn't ready for this yet.
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
Unless she might be asked to sign a few autographs later. No, now that they know who she is, now they can actually, you know, burn her at the stake.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, you know, guillotine.
Well, since you think it's so easy, you can sign them for me.
Honestly, considering how famous we are, I'm surprised we haven't had people, you know, charging at us trying to sign autographs.
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Paimon a heart attack.
Oh, we finally, like, acknowledging the vision?
Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin air!
Oh, what? Oh, that was actually supposed to happen? Well, okay.
Oh, that. I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it?
I know, and isn't it convenient they also decided to give you a Hydra one? Man, again, the Heavenly Principles forgave that deception real quick.
I'll bet the audience has never seen such a realistic prop.
Wait, what about Dolphy? I wonder how she's doing.
She's fucking dead.
Oh, let's go check on her as soon as we finish clearing the stage.
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely want to hear how the end of the show went.
I also find it funny how fast she yoinked her last, like, the original gemstone. She's like, well, don't need this anymore. Flows it.
If nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set out to do.
And then some. I'm just curious, like, now that she has a vision, like, they usually, like, in the stories, they always give us, like, a chance to, like, try out the characters, so I assume that they ran into some troubles and we're going to have to fight something, I assume. At least I think that should happen. Okay, let's see what's happening. Well, she's not dead, so that's a start.
Ah, you're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original medication. From experience, though, I'd say she still needs a few more days of rest.
Well, that's a good thing she was able to actually, you know, walk all the way here. Well, technically they probably took, you know, the boat, but still.
How did the performance go? Was it a success? Did the audience like it?
Funny story about that.
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic! Also, you're not gonna believe what happened while Furina was on the stage. You'll probably be able to read all about it in the Steambird first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, because they get these fans out quick, my god.
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I failed to see it through to the end. I guess I was wrong to try and tough it out to begin with.
I mean, to be fair, at least you did it halfway. Look, at least until the finale, so... That's more than I thought was going to happen.
Don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain call, everyone's work deserves recognition. Even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your performance. It's safe to say that you made your mark on this memorial show.
Well, one way or another, we did it. I've had bad luck ever since I was born, so I never expect things to go smoothly in life. I'm just happy to know that we went out on a high note. That's all that matters.
Bitch, like, to be fair, at least yours has been, like, all things considered, you could have ended up in a lot worse situation. I mean, you could have been kidnapped, you could have been in the sex trafficking ring. Like, I'm not saying your situation is terrible, I'm saying it could have still been a lot worse.
Blaming your bad luck again, are we? Maybe if you didn't push yourself past your limits so much, your illness wouldn't be flaring up all the time.
Oh my god, will you two just get hitched already?
Oh, don't you start. I don't have the energy to argue with you right now.
Aw, you two clearly care a lot about each other.
Thank you, Paimon.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I get it! You gotta love it. Like, I said this before in the beginning of the stream, how it's just like, yeah, they will acknowledge it as much as they, like, want if it's a straight pairing, but oh no, with the gay ones, they have to literally, like, make so many, like, under-the-table comments about it. Well, hints at it, I should say. And again, because of China and the censorship, but it's still funny how many stuff they will actually be able to do if they could.
You
Skate
mean
out loud.
we never stop arguing with each other?
Yeah, you guys are already a married couple. Congratulations. You think they have weddings in the opera as well?
So, any plans for the next step?
Yeah, they probably would hold the weddings there as well, wouldn't they?
After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe is sure to spread through Fontaine like wildfire. You won't have to disband if you don't want to.
Yeah, but we used all of our energy for that last performance, so peace!
You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the Little Oceanit to the bigger theater troupes out there. That would do wonders for your financial situation.
No, we should still disband.
Yeah, it's what we all agreed to.
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space. But maybe our paths will cross again one day.
Yeah, I think they all need to take care of the baggage. Yeah, I think they all might need to take care of some of their own baggage before they can, commit to anything else.
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe.
Oh, wow. Okay. Peace.
After watching Miss Furina's performance, I think I'm starting to understand our director's infatuation with musicals.
You should do it. It suits you. I'd originally hoped to keep performing too, but I don't know if my health will allow me to.
I mean, technically you could be like a consult or something.
Oh, so now you finally got your priorities in order. I guess I'll hold off until you've properly recovered as well. What about you, Miss Furina? Any future plans?
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever I go, until I finally acquiesce.
I mean, you could always just hide somewhere in the wild.
You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Seriously, you people all just care about consulting, the person you're doing this for.
Sorry.
No, you're not!
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that this whole experience has shown me that perhaps I'm not as averse to a return to the stage as I'd previously imagined.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks when something that you love to do is ruined by something like traumatic. Like, after all that she had to do as, again, full solo, like, it would be tough to, go back and, reopen that wound, but you gotta maybe reopen it to, for it to heal. So.
Maybe Nervilette was right. Maybe Cleo is the right role for me. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe the show will go on for me after all.
I mean, that is a good first small step. Take roles that are more akin to who you are as a person instead of the exact opposite. I mean, she can do it. I mean, clearly she has, but do what? Yeah, feels right.
There was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, seeking only to hide the truth. But from now on, I want to spend my time learning real stories about real people and how they touch the lives of others around them. I want to watch them blossom and wither, see them refined on the page, retold on the stage, and remembered long into the future. I'm sure this is what captivated director O'Reilly as well.
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your true calling.
I don't think it's I wouldn't call it running. I think it's a very well-deserved break.
The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a fascinating place it is.
I invite you to join me. Oh yeah, no, I'm already trying to build her. I'm so tempted to pull full weapon, but I think the the full star sword that you get from Fontaine's fishing actually might be really good on her. So.
Then it's a deal. If a vision is a gift from the gods,
Gods that are very forgiving for being deceived.
then I should do my best to honor it.
And again, very convenient that they gave you a Hydro one, man. Imagine if she got like a Pyro one, man. That would have been hilarious.
It's ironic to think that in my whole time as a god, I could only ever dream of receiving this kind of power.
Again, the heavenly principles are very forgiving.
And now that the gods have given me their blessing, it actually feels more like I'm finally able to take my fate in my own hands.
Exactly.
Is that how humans feel about it as well?
Actually. Yep, vision. She's the saying it that she has a vision, not a gnosis. Like, yeah. Oh wait. Oh yeah, now that those voice lines are unlocked as well. I've always seen them. Like I've seen those like voice lines. I got a little spoiled about those, so yeah. Furina is such a good character. But yeah. Apparently this weapon might be really good with her, which is ironic since, you know, it's just a pipe. But she can smack people on the head with the pipe.
One client.
Would you two knock it off?
3 clients.
I'm just finishing packing up. As soon as I'm done, I've got an interview with the Steambird to get to.
Geez, you wasted no time.
Thanks to all your help, the show was more perfect than we ever could have hoped for.
I still don't understand why you guys didn't go to the fountain, but whatever.
But most of all, I want to thank you for giving me the chance to finally say farewell to Raye.
I mean, you could probably actually do that. Again, just go to the freaking fountain.
I mean, of course I have some regrets, but...
There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future for us to tell the stories that we want on stage.
Now that the buzz is worn off, I feel ready to pass out.
When the adrenaline wears off.
Thank you so much. I feel like I've rekindled the passion I had when I first joined the troupe. It might turn out to be too little, too late for me. But still, this has been the experience of a lifetime.
Yeah. Man, I'm very interested to see again, like, since all the Archons get to at least 2 stories, that, well, not counting Venti, but there have been some leaks saying that Venti could begin a second story quest if we actually do get that Mondstadt expansion. So, I'm curious to see when we get Furina and then the new boss fight from her. Well, we didn't actually get to do the gameplay trial of her that usually comes in these, so... I'm curious to see what that's going to be about and see her actually, you know, see her in a fight. Whipping out her, like, her sword and her little familiars, I guess. So, that's going to be fun to see. Hell, maybe they might actually give it to Noodlet since he's basically the Archon now. Well, not Archon against Sovereign, technically. But since he's basically the one in charge now. Man, wouldn't that be a giant fuck you? Oh, man. Well, we did it. We got all the story done. Well, I mean, I still gotta do all the side missions, but that's something for my own time. But we're finally done for Genshin for a while. Woo! Since I know a lot of you are probably gonna sick of me playing this. But yeah, after I'll take a little break, because, you know, streaming 3 days in a row can really drain a person, especially seeing most of these streams have been going into freaking midnight. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program in the form of Pokemon and Fire Emblem. And then, well, we'll return once the Furina event comes, because I think that's voiced. And then, yeah, until the next patch, which again, I'm excited to see where the story is going to go from here. If there actually is going to be, like, another part of the story, but that actually felt like a complete ending, but who knows. Or if we're just going straight into, well, either Event Land, or if we're going to get the... I am not adding that to the fucking tea count. Don't you dare make me actually. I probably should. Fuck you, Hu Tao. Why did you have to add one more to the tea count? But yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to go from here. If we're going straight into the Abyss sibling Dainsliff side quest, or if we're going to get more events, or if there's actually going to be another story thing. But again, it seems like Fontaine's story has basically wrapped up, so I'm curious to see what we're going to get from here in 4.3. Yeah, 4.3. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching as always. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day, night, evening, afternoon, whatever your time zone is. And yeah, until next time. See ya.